trip me up, that's all it is. No, I know. Yeah. Well, it is what it is at the end of the day. You know, she said ages ago we were done anyway. You've got the text message. No. I wouldn't say anyway. But at the end of the day, if you're not gonna make an effort or try with someone and you say it's over, then it's over, and we're just living like boyfriend, brother and sister. You know, no affection, no emotions there, no nothing. You know, then. Well, I'd sort of really enjoy apparently know what's going on now. So. Yeah, but I've said to her, I'm not going to leave her in the crap. You know, I said, you need to have your hysterectomy. That's one thing you've got to have done. Well, I'm not going to have it done now. I said, well, don't be so bloody stupid. I said, you needed to have it done. You know. Yeah. You know. Exactly. All right, well, have a safe drive. There you get on.
Right.
You ready? All good? Yeah. 5 minutes, isn't it? 10 seconds to 12 start.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 11:45, which means we are now 15 minutes away from the start of racing. Our first race is due to set off at 12 o'clock. So any members of the public, if you're in the paddock area now, can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area, as the craft will be coming out onto the grid at 10:02. So if you hear that siren and you're in the paddock, the 10-minute board, you need to leave immediately.
They're all, I was going to say, look smart. They're all, some of them turn up in makeup, pretty nice people. No, it's like a gospel choir, thing singing, and like family areas where they're cooking and the fairground. And the guy was drinking. Yeah, but he screwed me over last year because I said, I want group events, you have money up front. Every year it's different. One, you have half up front and half on the day. You know, it's how it makes sense.
Well, for those of you who've arrived in fairly recently to watch the racing, we've been through the practice sessions this morning. We're due to start racing now at 12 o'clock. So Graf will be coming out into the grid in about 2 minutes' time. So final call for any members of the public in the paddock area. Can you now please leave and return back to the public viewing area? We'll get the racing underway. So if you haven't been before, I will run through the grid, who's driving, but also more importantly, if you're a complete newbie, I will give you a brief overview of what that formula is about. First formula on the grid will be a combined Formula 50 and Formula 3. It's scheduled to be a 35 race as well, but there are no F35s this weekend, so it'll be just purely F50s and F3s. The Formula 3s, 2 strokes under 450cc, air-cooled, or 4-stroke under 500cc. The Formula 50 is based around the Rotax 503 engines, twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower. The important thing is they have to run that in its standard format, so no special carbs or exhausts. There is a weight limit on the on that particular category, which is specific only to that category, and so pretty much the craft in theory should be the same. Hull design, skirt design is entirely up to the driver, but as you'll see, there are quite a difference in speeds.
So we're always going to have the ambulance, the Formula 4, and then supply the C3 on. Okay. Yeah, because that's what we'll. So the worlds will have that as well. Then you see. Hey, look at that beautiful thing in the sky.
Right, there's the siren. So we're 10 minutes away from the start now. So again, if you just come in, what will happen is the craft will grid up in between the 2 sets of yellow catch netting. There's a set of traffic lights there. They'll go through a sequence of lights after the 5, 2, 1 minute board. Then they'll go on to the lights. It'll be a 4-3-4-3 grid formation. They'll go off from there. Once they've left that area, they will not return. So if you want to run over there first to see the start, great. If you're able to and lively enough, then and then you can go back to the main area where you're viewing, which will give you the view of most of the course. They'll go off the grid. They drop down a slope into a bit of a dip. They'll hang a sharp right on to the water. That's between 2 trees. It does get very busy and tight on that first lap. They'll go straight up the water. There's a very light breeze today, but the water's quite calm. You could see some lifting at the front of the craft on some of them. And when they get to the far end of the lake, they will be doing a right and then turn at the far end and then coming back towards the transition, which is where that orange boat is now. And they'll come up onto the land, do a turn around that hairpin turn right in front of the public area there, run through in front of us, past our race control unit, and that'll be 1 lap. All the races this afternoon will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts, and they'll only be doing 6 laps. So this is our first race meeting of the season, the 26 season, and this year the club as a whole, we are celebrating 60 years as a club. I've been involved for 59 years, so yes, I am that old. And our race series this year, we are here at Allerton this weekend. Obviously, the next one is at Whittlebury Park, which is right next to Silverstone. If you know where Silverstone is, well, yeah, Whittlebury is right next to it. Then we're back up north again to Sheffield area, Rother Valley Country Park, and then we're way down south to Gosport, and then we're back up for the World Championships at Whittlebury Park in August, and then back again in September for the last round of the UK Championships at Whittlebury. The first round at Whittlebury will be a combined UK and European series. I suspect a lot of the European drivers will be coming over to get used to the track readiness for the World Championships. So the grid's starting to form up now. So whilst they're forming up, this is a Formula 50 and Formula 3 race. The Formula 50 craft, if you've come along today and you think, oh, wouldn't mind fancy having a go at doing some racing, the Formula 50 spec craft, there is one that is available for you to hire. It's a Arrive and Drive Hovercraft race. It's run by the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain, that's us. And the cost for it is £275 for 1 day or £460 for 2 days. That has been taken up on the last 2 days. I'm not sure whether there's another person taking it up for today, but we'll find out in the novices, because that's where you would be in amongst the novice group. If you're interested in that, then go to our main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, or you can send an email direct to info@hovercraft.org.uk. Right, I hear the siren going up, so let's start running through the grid. Our pole sitter for this race is 48, Josh Trussler. Alongside him, 43, is Josh Morales. Josh is the current world champion, Formula 50. Bit of mixed fortunes this weekend, so hence he's in that second spot. Third spot is 72, Kian Olner. And fourth spot is 117, Elliot Folland. Row 2, we got 57, Dave Elston, who's having a bit of a stretch there by the looks of it. Oh no, that's Richard Worthington, they're stretching his bones. Richard in number 50 there. Took a year out last year, he's returned this year, and the first few days look as though they're taking their toll. He's having a bit of a stretch. Alongside Richard in number 50, I got a marshal standing in front of me. In front of it, oh, that's the first of the Formula 3 craft, 147, and that's Nathan Ash. So Nathan in the first of the Formula 3s there on row 2. Row 3, we got 86, Ben Lambert. And then alongside Ben is 153, and that is going to be, oh, let's have a look. That could be, a lot of these craft do run as teams, so I just need to check the driver. And at the moment I haven't got that data to hand, I'll come back to that one. Alongside that is 153 is a, I think that's Fred Reynolds. Looking at my TV screen, it looks like Fred Reynolds in 153. Alongside him is Dan Turnbull in 169, both of those Formula 3s. And then on row 4, we've got 135. Again, I need to check to see, make sure I've got the right name for that one. My sheet isn't here at the moment, it's disappeared off. We'll go along to the next one. That's 114, Zoe Deacon. And then 80, Nick Drew, completing row 4. Nick out with a completely new craft. He actually got it finished, where are we? He came out with it yesterday. It arrived in bits. He's finished it off on site here, and got it out yesterday, I think, for one race. So still ironing the bugs out of that. He should be, as the season goes on, one of the front runners, but at the moment still ironing the bugs out. Right, my sheets are now returning. I'm just going to check the 135 driver. and that is, oh, Charlie Clark. Okay. Let's say some of these drivers do run as teams, so make sure I've got the right one. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. 2 minutes away from the start now. Right, that's the 1 minute ball. 1 minute away from the start now. Marshall's just going through the grid doing final checks. Make sure the driver's got the helmets strapped on properly and their lanyards fitted. The lanyard is a safety device. It's a cord that attaches to the driver, generally the wrist, to a switch. So in the event of a driver coming out of the craft, that switch gets turned off immediately by the cord being pulled, and that stops their craft herring off without the driver. So, just moments away from the start now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And a great start by Josh Morales, number 43, the world champion, but Josh Trussler on the inside, number 48. Two Joshes dropped on side by side, but it is the world champion 43, Josh Morales, that goes off into the lead. Then 48, then it's 72, I think, 57, 147, 117, 50, then 82, I think. I'll pick them up as they come through. So 117 and 157 almost crossing the line together. Elliott trying to find a way through as they drop onto the water. They drop onto the water side by side. So it's 57 and 117. And Elliott 117 moves up past Dave Elson in that number 57 craft. So the lead Formula 3 is 147 going up the lake there, the blue and black craft. That's Nathan Ash, sorry. Meanwhile, leader, the world champion, stretching away in the lead at the end of lap 2. Josh Trussler goes through 48 in second. And he's almost 9 seconds behind the leader. Elliott Folland 1.8 seconds behind in third spot. So Elliott definitely in with striking distance of Josh Trussler as they go up the lake. Then it's Dave Elson 57, 72 Kean Olner, 86 Ben Lambert, 147 the Formula 3 Nathan Ash going up the lake. Then 50 Richard Worthington, then 81 Nick Drew. Then 135. And I'm just going to check the driver of 135 because I'm not sure that I've got the right information here. Then it is Dan Turnbull. It is Dan Turnbull. Right, our leader's just gone through. Already going up the lake. Second spot goes through, 48, Josh Trusser. 14 seconds now behind. The gap between Josh Trusser in 48 and Elliot following in 117. 4.72 seconds now. So Elliot dropping back in third spot there, but in a comfortable third. In fourth spot is still David Elston in 57. So our leader now catching the tail enders. 135, Dan Turnbull being lapped. And that is for 5 laps completed now. 5 laps completed. And I can see a waved yellow flag. I'm not sure where that incident is, but there must be somewhere that's out of my view. There must be a craft stop somewhere. So 6 laps completed now, the leader goes through, he's getting in amongst the back markers. But a comfortable lead, he just needs to take it easy. Oh, and Nick Drew, number 81, has got a, well, he's got an orange, what looks like a long orange balloon hanging out the side of his craft. I suspect that's a device that's underneath his craft to keep the stability of the craft. It's part of the skirt system, so that's come detached. Right, 1 lap to go now. The leader goes through. 43, Josh Morales, 1 lap to go. Still waiting for the second spot. It's still 48. Josh Trusser around the hairpin turn there. Elliot Folland definitely within striking distance. Is the gap. I'm going to tell the gap in a moment. Josh Trusser goes through 48. Third. Elliot Folland 1.28 seconds behind. So Elliot definitely within striking distance. So an easy win in the end for the world champion. Josh Morales takes the win, number 43. Right, looking back for second. Here we go, it's still 48, Josh Trussler. 48, Josh Trussler takes the win. Sorry, it's the second spot. And third spot goes to Elliot Folland, 117. Elliot 1.6 seconds behind. Close, but not quite close enough. Fourth across the line, Dave Elston. And crossing the line now in fifth, Kian Olner. And sixth across the line, Ben Lambert. Well, 7 across the line overall, but the first of the Formula 3, so Nathan Ash, 147 taking first for the Formula 3s. And Richard Worthington, the Formula 50, will take 7th. 8th will go to Nick Drew in the Formula 50s. Dan Turnbull takes 2nd for the Formula 3s, number 135. And for the Formula 3s, 153, Keris Rhodes takes 3rd. Zoe Deacon and Nigel Reynolds further down. Zoe Deacon 114. Nigel Reynolds, it's Formula 3. So then it was Nick Drew 81. That completes the Formula 50s. Right, so that's our first group done. Our Colts Forever Keen already onto the grid. So our Colts aged 10 to 13 years of age. We've got a bit of confusion here because in that last race, number 153, I'm not sure whether that was Karis Rhodes or Fred Reynolds. We've got conflicting data there as to which was which. Right, our next group, the Colts, aged 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricting what they can run engine-wise, but ultimately the definitive factor is the amount of thrust they can actually produce out of the back. So there's no point in getting an engine that fits the category and tuning it to its max, because the limit is actually the amount of thrust they come out of the back. That is obviously checked, and if there is any obvious deviation, sudden spurts of performance, then obviously it will get pulled off at the end of the race and checked. So our pole sitter for this race right, this is where we get the first of the Phoenix Racing team. 133, JJ McGavin in pole position for Phoenix Racing. And second spot, number 98, Philip Charnick. Third spot, 134, Digby Dorman for the Phoenix Racing. And fourth spot, 79, Hayden Allman. Right, that's the 2-minute whistle. So this is the group that is only doing 6 laps. So just 6 laps for the Colts. That sounded like the 1-minute board. Now, if you've come along today and you want to go back and have a look at the racing, we are putting out a live feed this weekend, as we do with most of our race meetings. So if you go to YouTube, type in Hovercraft Racing Allerton Park 2026, it should come up in amongst a lot of other stuff. But we are now on the lights. Here we go. The revs pick up. It's 98,133, but it is 98. Philip that goes into the drop first and onto the lake. Then it's 133. Oh, and the second of the Phoenix class sneaks through into third spot. And it's Phoenix 1 and 3 at the moment. So 133, JJ McGavin takes the lead. Philip Charnick, 98, now in second. And then 134, Digby Dorman in third. Then Hayden Orman, 79 in fourth. Well, Digby Dorman, 134 going past me there, patting the side of the craft. Come on, come on, faster, faster. Well, 2 laps gone, the gap between first and second. JJ for the Phoenix team out in the lead, and Philip 7.27 seconds behind, but in a comfortable second. And then we got third, the second of the Phoenix racing team, Digby Dorman in third, again the comfortable third. Just going past me now is fourth spot, Hayden Norman in number 79. So 79, Hayden Norman being lapped by the leader there. JJ McGavin, 133, well in the lead. Philip Charnick is in comfortable second, but some 15 seconds behind now. Next time through for JJ, he will get the last lap board. He's just exited the lake now. There we go, 1 lap to go now. Around the hairpin turn for the last time. JJ McGavin, 133. The flag is now waiting. And JJ takes the win. And coming through in second spot, number 98, Philip Charnick. And coming through in third spot, the second of the Phoenix Racing team, Digby Dorman. And fourth will go to 79, Hayden Norman. So we're picking up the pace now. Our next race is a combined formulas of Formula 2 and Formula 1. They're already lining up on the grid. So, Formula 2, up to 600cc two-stroke, 750cc four-stroke. No four-strokes this weekend, they're all two-strokes. Some run a combination of twin-engine setup, and some run with a single-engine setup, providing lift and thrust. So, a mixture of those on the grid. The Formula 1's unlimited capacity, anything goes. Forget the CC, this is all about grunt, and that grunt is horsepower. So the thrust engine alone will be somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower, plus a lift engine. They'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. 0 to 60, they'll out-accelerate most standard road cars. So it just gives you an idea. In pole position for this race is number 14, Adam Turnbull. And that is a Formula 1. In second spot is number 11, Jake Trussler, again a Formula 1. Third spot is number 1, Callum Beale. Second at the World Championships 2 years ago. And then we get to the first of the Formula 2s, completing the front row with a Formula 2, that's number 77, George Barnes. We've just gone onto the 2-minute board. Then on row 2 we got number 61, that's a Formula 2, Dave Palfrey. And then number 3, Cy Francis of Formula 1. who's not had a good weekend so far. So fingers crossed so I can get that going. Oh, and we got another craft further back, which is 119, and that's Josh Trussler. So Josh was out earlier in the Formula 50. He's now gone out into this Formula 2 category. Right, Fast and Furious, it's all about getting that sprint to the off the line down into that drop onto the water. Who can get there first? Adam Turnbull is normally rapid off the line, and looks as though he got a bit carried away there. They've had to push him back into his grid slot. Cullen Beale in third there. Not as they've had mixed fortunes this weekend with that craft, him and his dad, and fingers crossed now they've got on top of it. So look for Callum to try and challenge those first three, but George Barnes in that 77. It's a Formula 2, but he is rapid, and we'll try and mix it with the Formula 1s. Now, I can't quite see the lights at the moment. Here we go, the revs are picking up and we're away. And it's Adam Turnbull, 14, then 11, then 1, 77, 3, 61 as they go up the lake. Adam Turnbull, the front end is lifting, he's catching some air underneath the front. Up on his side as he goes round the turn. So 14 out first, 11, 1, 77. Then 3, 61, 7. And then 119. So missed number 7 on the grid there. That's Abby Beale. So brother and sister out there. Callum in number 1, Abby in number 7. The purple craft going up the lake there. Out of the lake, it's still 14. But it's now number 1, Callum Beale. Then 11, Jake Trussler. So, can Callum catch the leader? Adam Turnbull. The gap between first and second is 2.89 seconds. The gap to Jake Trussler is 1.8. Right, as we go around the hairpin turn to complete lap 3. What's the gap now between first and second? It is now 1.67. So Callum has knocked a second off the lap. So Callum Beale is closing that gap down. Jake Trussler in third spot, number 11 in a comfortable third, but he's not able to live with the pace of the front runners. He's 5 seconds behind Callum. Right, Adam Turnbull round the hairpin turn. He's now got to the back marker. That's Josh Trussler. Josh moves to one side. Lets the 2 front runners through. The gap is now 1.5 seconds. So Callum closing down the gap again with 4 laps gone. We're now midpoint in the race. So Adam Turnbull is the leader, but he's now under pressure from number 1, Callum Beale, as they come out of the lake. Callum closing that gap down. Both of them getting airborne as they come out. Round the hairpin turn. So it was 1.5. Now it's 1.38. The gap is coming down. Adam puts the craft right up on his sides. He goes to drop onto the water. Up the lake. 61 Dave Palfrey knows they're going to be there. Hopefully he'll move to one side and let him through. He does. Oh, and Adam gets the crowd up on his side. He's scrubbed off a whole lot of speed. He's disappeared behind the trees. I can't see who the leader is now. It is Callum Beale. So Adam making a rare mistake there. Got the craft up on its side. Lost a lot of speed. Callum Beale putting the pressure on. It's paid off. And he is now the new leader with 6 laps gone. So the gap from first to second now. Adam is now trying to pick up the pace again. 2.58 seconds for Adam on that last lap behind Callum Beale, the new leader. The lead craft of the Formula 2s, George Barnes, well clear of Dave Palfrey. So George Barnes 77. Clearly the lead in the Formula 2 category. The last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Callum Beale goes through. And Adam has closed the gap down on that last lap by about half a second. Out of the lake for the last time. Josh Trussler is in front of the leader. He'll probably move to one side. He realises it's there. And Callum Beale comes through to take the win. Number 1. Coming through in second spot. Number 14, Adam Turnbull. And coming through in third spot, number 11, Jake Trussler. George Barnes comes through fourth overall, but takes the first place for Formula 2. Abby Bill, number 7, comes through in fourth spot for the Formula 1s. Dave Palfrey comes through in second for the Formula 2s. Josh Trussler comes through in fifth, I think, for the Formula. No, he comes through in third for the Formula 2s. And Si Francis comes in that last spot for the Formula 1s. Right, that is a Formula 1 for you. Just remember, these guys got no brakes. Travelling 80 mile an hour, precision round the corners, and yeah, they all put the trust in the other drivers around them to get it right. So we're bringing the pace down a bit now to the junior race. The juniors aged 13 to 16 years of age, and they are restricting what they can run. As a general guide, it's the Formula 3 spec craft, Formula 50 spec or the Formula 35. Generally it's the Formula 3 and Formula 50 that they prefer. Right, let's have a look at the grid. What have we got? Right, in pole position, we got 153, Emily Lewandon. Second spot, 44, Lily Elston. Third spot, 132, Rudy Dorman for the Phoenix Racing. And completing the front row, number 5 is Lucas Rhodes from Team Nationwide Junior. Second row, we got 75, Harley Allman. Then we got 82, James Cooper. Then completing row 2, 95, Dylan Clark for Team Nationwide Juniors again. And then we've got number 7, Maya Barlow. Hasn't been here, hasn't raced the last 2 days, so completely new today. Maya, watch out for her. I can see her trying to work her way through in that number 7 craft. And we're already on the 2-minute board. We'll be on 2 and hold. There's no movement down there. So I'm going to quickly whiz along here with some signed autograph cards for number 1. Callum and his dad, Conrad Beer. If anybody wants one, grab it as I come past. Right, we've got a short delay with the recovery of that craft on the lake, so gives me a chance to pop down into the amongst the sea again. I've been pointed out that Emily Lewandon, who should be in pole position, is actually still sat in the paddock. Looks as though they're trying to work on the craft. She's sat in the driver's position, so it does bode well that she might make it onto the grid. But she will forfeit her grid position now because the 10-minute board has already gone up. Right, whilst we're waiting, I'm just going to quickly zip along. If anybody else wants one of these cards from Callum and Conrad, I've run out of signed ones, but I'm sure if you go into the paddock during the break, they'll be more than happy to sign them. Just a plug also for, I gather they've been handing out at the gate. You may not have got one right at the very beginning if you came in early, but you can now win a hovercraft experience for 6 people. I'm going to wander along quickly now, and if anybody wants to grab one of those off of me, if you didn't get one when you came in, please shout. Oh, I just made it back in time. Gosh, I'm getting too old for this. My roving mic has packed up and I'm on a wired one now, so I'm dashing up and down. We're less than 2 minutes away from the start of this race now. Where are we? Juniors. Completely lost the plot. Junior race, 8 laps. Did Emily make it onto the grid? No, she didn't. So, oh, did she? Oh no, she's right at the very back there. She's come out as a late starter, so she's right at the back. Watch out for Emily then. She should have been pole position. And her number is 153. It looks like we've got 8 craft on the grid. Right, here we go. Who's going to be onto the water first? It's side by side, but it looks as though it's going to be 132. Rudy Dorman on first, yes it is. Then Lily Olsen, 44, then 75. Harley Allman tucked in behind, then James Cooper, 82. Then 7 Maya Barlow, then 153. Emily London already moving up past Maya. Maya in a brand new craft, I believe, so she's got to get used to that. She wasn't here the last 2 days, so very much a case of getting used to the craft rather than looking for points. I see a yellow flag being waved just before the drop onto the water, so somewhere, I suspect on the water section there is a craft stop, but it's out of my view. So, Emily London, I've just been informed, 153, Emily London, it's her birthday today. So that's a late bit of news. Emily London, not a great start, but I'm sure she'll be looking to try and pull her way up through the field. Emily London going up the lake there now, 153, it's her birthday. So Rudy Dorman goes through in a clear first place. Lily Elson just over 6 seconds behind. And then Harley Allman just a couple of seconds behind. Well, about 2.5 seconds behind Lily in third spot. And now Emily Lewin 153 dropping onto the water with James Cooper. Emily 153 now looking to try and get up into full spot. And I suspect she will by the end of this water straight. James very much nose down. So Emily moving up as she comes around the hairpin turn. She moves herself up into fourth spot now. So Rudy Dorman, 132, now catching the tail enders. He goes through to complete lap 4, so midpoint of the race now. The battle is on for second spot though. Lily Elston in second. Harley just 1.07 seconds behind, so Harley very much within striking distance. Lily in that 44 craft going up the lake. Any small mistake and Harley will be there. And Rudy Dorman goes through. 5 laps completed now for Rudy, the clear leader. The gap between Lily and Harley now 1.33 seconds. But they both have a back marker to pass as they go up the lake. That's number 95, Dylan Clark. Lily round the outside, makes the move past. Harley still behind, has got to make the move on the turn there as they go to the far end of the lake. And it looks like Harley may have had to scrub off some speed. And that gap has opened up between Lily and Harley now. Right, as our leader goes through now, 6 laps gone. Still Rudy Norman. Phoenix Racing, the clear leader. The gap now from second to third has opened right up. Lily Elston, 44, drops onto the water. Harley getting caught up with a back marker on that last lap, has dropped back, but still in a comfortable third. And just coming through now in 4th spot, Emily Lewington, 153. Well, last lap board's out, so less than 1 lap to go now. Out of the lake for the last time. Rudy Norman round the hairpin turn, just the run to the line now. Skirt damage on Rudy's craft, but he gets through the line, and a fist pump to make sure. Well, not to make sure, but happy as he goes through the line. So Rudy Dorman, 132, takes the win from Phoenix Racing. Lily Elston goes through in second. Third goes to Harley Ullman, number 75. And coming around the hairpin turn in 4th spot, Emily Lewington, late starter. It's her birthday. Not a great start, but her points accumulating nicely over the weekend. She was in pole position, so hopefully that may not have made a dramatic change to her position. We'll see when we go to the next race later on to see where she sits on the grid. I think it will still be pole. Coming through in 5th, is James Cooper for Predator Raptor Racing Team. 6 goes to number 7, Maya Barlow. And 7th goes to 5, Lucas Rhodes, Team Nationwide Junior. And then finally 95, Dylan Clark for the Team Nationwide Junior team. Right, okay, we're now going into the novice race. So novices, open to all the drivers can choose any of the main Formula craft, but if they do choose the Formula One, then it is restricted on the amount of thrust they can actually produce out of the back. The general choice for most drivers doing a novice from start, from a completely scratch point of view, then it would be Formula 3 or Formula 50 craft. They have to do 15 races to qualify out. They also have to do 10 marshalling duties as well. This helps out our marshalling team, but also gets the drivers out onto the track to see the course up close and see the driver lines from the experienced drivers. Now the pole sitter for this race is number 60, and that's Oliver McIntosh. Now he's, I believe, got 1 or maybe 2, I think it's just 1 race to go now, so this could well be his last qualifying race. And he started off and done most of his qualification with a completely different craft. He had a big 4-stroke in the back. Over the winter he's got himself a new craft with 2 strokes, so this weekend has been a learning curve on that new craft for Oliver, but he's in that pole position, number 60. Second spot is number 99, Dave Wilkinson. Dave has been with us at race meetings for the last few years, but not on the club side, but on the medic side. So he's actually been part of the medic team covering our events. He's got hooked. Thought, I'd like to have a go at this, so he's now on the other side of the fence. So Dave Wilkinson in number 99. So 60, Oliver McIntosh in a Formula 2 craft. Dave is in a Formula 50 craft. There should be another craft on the grid, number 38, Paul Tarpley. That's the Formula 2 craft. He's had a few issues this weekend, so I'm not quite sure whether he's going to make it onto the grid. Paul was a returning driver, raced up until COVID, then COVID came along and well, played a part in him having to drop out for a few years, but he's now returning. There was another craft on the grid for the last 2 days, and that was the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race option. So we had 1 driver on Saturday and another driver on Sunday that took up that option. And if you've come along today and you think, well, I wouldn't mind having a go at this, then you can actually hire the Formula 50 craft for a day or 2 days. That's a 2-minute board, so, or is it hold? Not sure, didn't see that. I'll quickly go through. So if you fancy that, it's £275 for 1 day, £460 for 2 days. If you want to get information on that, go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, or you can send in an email direct to info@hovercraft.org.uk. Obviously that's available at all the race meetings this year, apart from the World Championships, which are in August at Whittleby Park. And some of the dates have already been booked, pre-booked, so if you're looking to take up that option, make contact with the club and see what options are still available throughout the year. Obviously, if you're looking for one of those dates, the calendar for our year is on the main club website again. And we're on the 1 minute board I just spotted, so 1 minute away from the start. So number 99 there, Dave Wilkinson. As I say, he was a medic. He provided some entertainment for his colleagues on the first day. Dave went out and during practice and went for a swim. Hopefully he won't be doing that again today, but the race starts to just the 2 drivers and 8 laps. Directly after this race, we'll be having the open race. So after this novice race, we have the open race and then going into the break. Right, so as our leader comes around the hairpin turn to go through the line, that'll be 5 laps completed now. This is where our race director will be looking closely at Oliver's driving skills. Make sure he's happy to sign him off to go up into the main Formula 2 group. So we'll watch out for that later on, see if Oliver appears in the Formula 2s rather than novices. Oliver may choose obviously to stay in the novices for this last race this afternoon. All right, 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go for our leader, Oliver McIntosh. So the next group up, complete mixed bag for this open race. So I'm never quite sure what we've got coming up. Onto the grid. Right, so an easy win there for Oliver. As I say, that was very much a case of making sure he did a clean race so that he impressed the race director to get signed off to move him up. Right, our next group up, and it is the Open Formula race. Dave Wilkinson still finishing off his lap. The Open Formula race, open to all the main formulas apart from the juniors, Colts and novices. I'll start running through the grid in just a moment. Right, so looking down the grid, it's looking a bit thin on the ground at the moment. So in pole position should be number 11, Jake Trussler, in a Formula 1. However, his brother, 48, Josh Trussler, in a Formula 50 craft, is already there in second spot. And in third spot, that craft is there. Number 7, Aaron Sutton, in a Formula 1. He races a team with his partner, Abby Beale. Fourth spot currently is missing. That's 117, Elliot Folland, in a Formula 50. And then on row 2, we've got that craft is there. Number 61, Katrina Hall. She races that with her dad as a team, Dave Palfrey. And we've got number 3, Cy Francis, in the Formula 1 missing, and also number 1, Conrad Beale, missing also. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. We're 2 minutes away from the start, just 3 craft on the grid, unfortunately. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. There should be a lot more. Ben Lambert is was down as a possible for this race, but he's not there either. Number 86, the Formula 50. So out of a possible 8 craft that signed on for this race, only 3 have turned up. And we're on the 1 minute board now. Well, they're away. And it's Aaron Sutton in the Formula 1, number 7, the purple craft, that drops onto the water first. Then Josh Trussler, 48, in second. And then 61, Katrina Hall, in that Formula 2, third. Well, as expected, Aaron in that number 7 craft sprinting away. I think the only battle we'll see here is between Josh Trussler in that green craft, number 48, and Katrina Hall, number 61, in that red craft. Katrina took out a year out last year. She had a baby, so she's been chomping at the bit, waiting to get back into racing again. She's raced for quite a few years now as a team with her dad. Well, with 4 laps gone now, midpoint in the race. I look at the gap between second and third. The two of them still quite close together. Katrina trying to mount the challenge in that Formula 2 craft against the Formula 50. Last lap, there were 1.1 seconds difference. And this time it's 0.977. So Katrina has closed down the gap marginally to Josh on that last lap. And Josh catching some air as he went up the lake there. The front end just lifting very slightly, but kept it under control. Right, let's see what the gap is this time. And it's 0.703 of a second, so the gap is closing down with 3 laps to go. Can she mount the challenge? That's the thing. Our leader's just gone through to complete 6 laps. Well, Katrina all over the back of Josh as they come through. And the gap is now 0.552. So that gap is slowly creeping down. And the leader goes through. 1 lap to go. So 1 lap to go. Can Katrina close that gap down and mount the challenge? That might be too much of a challenge now. Right, the gap this time. Oh, it's 0.914, so the gap crept up again. The checkered flag has now gone down for our leader. So our leader's gone through, number 7, Aaron Sutton, but the 2 are still battling out there for second and third. Still got half a lap to go. Katrina still putting pressure on. Round the hairpin for the last time. The run to the line. It's Josh Russell, 48 to take second. Katrina Hall, 61 takes third. And the gap there between two of them was 0.94 of a second. Right, we're going to wait for these craft to get back to the paddock and settle down before we open it up. Looking at my watch, I think we're on target to start as per program. So our next race will start at 2:45. So we'll be opening up the paddock very soon, and you'll be okay to go in there until 2:30. The ice cream van's obviously here. So just a few pointers on the going into the paddock. If you are going into the paddock, you're more than welcome to. Just a couple of more minutes yet for those crafts to settle down. It's strictly a no smoking zone in that area. That includes e-cigarettes as well. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Watch out for those hot exhausts as well with the children. They could be anywhere on the craft. And drivers are normally willing to have a chat with you if you've got any questions, unless they've got spanners and bits of engine flying everywhere. And yeah, those cards that I gave out earlier for the number 1 craft, Callum and Conrad Beale, if you want to get them signed, the ones that weren't already signed, go and find that craft and get them done. I'm going to wander along the front line of the public area now with some more of those cards and some other flyers for the Hovercraft Experience competition for 6 people. So if anybody wants one, grab them as they come past. So I think if you start making your way over to the paddock now, you should be okay to go in, walk around the back of the paddock, the back of the grid to access the paddock, and you should now be clear to go in. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 2:30. So any members of the public in the paddock area in the next 5 minutes, can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area? And the craft will be coming out onto the grid in 5 minutes. So that's when the 10-minute board will go up. So next race at 2:45, that will be a combined race between the Formula 50s and Formula 3s. Should be F35s as well, but we don't have any this weekend. So any members of the public in the paddock area, can you please now finish off and start making your way back to the public viewing area? Thank you. Right, so that was the 10-minute board, the 10-minute siren. So the craft will be coming out onto the grid shortly. So the first race up is a combined race between the Formula 50s and the Formula 3s. So the Formula 3s we're looking at as a guide of if you run the two-stroke, then it's got to be under 450cc 450cc air-cooled. If you run the four-stroke, then it's under 500cc. The Formula 50 is based around the Rotax 503 engine. It's been around for decades. It's a well-proven engine, and it's 50 horsepower, 500cc. The important thing is you have to run it pretty much as it came out of the box. So no special carburetors, no special exhausts. There is a few criteria beyond that. There is a weight restriction on that craft, so the craft are weighed to make sure that nobody's gaining weight advantage, and they're only allowed to use that one engine to provide power for the thrust fan, just the one fan that provides lift and thrust. Hull design, skirt design, that's entirely up to the driver. So the races this afternoon will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts. They'll only be doing 6. The Colts are aged 10 to 13 years of age. And the grid will be a formation of 4-3-4-3. Right, the grid is now starting to form up. Right, looking at the grid, it's starting to form up. We're still waiting for some of the front row to appear. Pole sitter for the race is number 48, Josh Trussler. Just dropping into second spot there now, 43, Josh Morales. Yes, there are 2 Joshes. Do I get them mixed up? Almost certainly. But Josh Morales, 43, is the current world champion. Crowned, oh dear. Who was that helping him out? I think that was Josh Trussler helping out Josh Morales, making him look like an old man. Both of them very young. Hate them. So Josh Morales, 43, world champion in 2024 at the World Championships in Germany. So, third on the front row, 117, Elliot Folland. And on the front row, looks as though he's just coming out of the paddock now, number 72, Kian Olner. He will drop into that fourth spot on the front row. Second row is number 57, and that is Dave Elston. Alongside Dave Elston is number 50, Richard Worthington. So they're all Formula 50s up to this point. And then we come to the first of the Formula 3s, and that is 147, Nathan Ash. Row 3, we've got number 86, Ben Lambert. Again, a Formula 50. Alongside Ben, we've got number 169. And this time it looks as though it's Keris Rhodes, who's having a bit of a jig there on the craft. Oh, nice one, Keris. Busting some moves. She'd probably hear me. And then alongside Keris is 135, and that is, according to my sheet, Dan Turnbull. And Georgia Olner, 51, just dropping into position on row 4. We've still got some craft missing. So with Deacon 114 still missing, and 81 Nick Drew. So my camera crew is panning round to the paddock to see if there's any frantic activity, and I can't see anything major going on down there. So having alluded to the fact that I'm looking at a screen with the TV camera, we are putting out a live feed this weekend. So if you do want to go home and see what's been going on with the racing, go to YouTube. There is obviously a specific link for this weekend, but if you type in Hovercraft Racing Allerton Park 2026, that will almost certainly come up with the racing this weekend, and you'll be able to see what's been going on. And obviously we have been here before, previous years, and we do race up and down the country, so there are other YouTube race meetings that you can see where we race at other sites. Looks like we've got 13 craft on the grid. A mix of Formula 50s and Formula 3s. There's one right at the very back there that I've just spotted. I think that might be Nick Drew, number 81. Ah, yes. My camera person has just zoomed in very nicely. Yeah, it confirmed it is Nick Drew, right at the very back there. Normally one of the front runners, but brand new craft. He actually finished it off Sunday night. So first day out with that craft, still very much working on it and tweaking it. His aim is the World Championships in August, so that's his target for getting that craft on top song. So we're less than 2 minutes away from the start now, and that's the 1 minute board. 8 laps. Here we go, we're on the lights. Revs are picking up, and we're away. And Josh Morales, 43, off like a shot, but in pursuit is 48, Josh Trussler. Then Elliot Fulham, 117, as they drop onto the water to go up the lake. And Josh Trussler catching to bear there, slowing him up from the leader. So Elliot Fulham, 117, goes into second. Then 48, 57, 72, 147, 86, 50. 153. Well, I've lost the numbers now as they go up the lake. We'll pick them up as they come through. Well, the clear leader around the hairpin turn is our world champion, Josh Morales, number 43. Elliot Fulham, 117 is second. Third, 48, Josh Trussler. 57, Dave Elson. 72, Kean Olner. 147, the lead Formula 3 craft, Nathan Ash. 10, Ben Lambert. 86, Richard Worthington. 50, 169, Keris Rhodes. 81, Nick Drew. 153, Oscar Lewington. And then I think that's Dan Turnbull in 135. And then Georgia Olner, 51, picking up the rear at the moment. So the gap from the lead craft, Josh Morales, to second Elliot Fulham on the last lap was 6.7 seconds. Let's see what it is this time. I think that's opened up quite a lot. Yeah, that gap's now up to just over 9 seconds. Third and fourth, fifth, still very much in charge. That's 48, Josh Trussler. Dave Wilson, 57, 72, Kean Olner. And there's the lead Formula 3 craft, Nathan Ash in 147. As I lead across the line, that is now 4 laps gone. And our leader opening up the gap again, 11.5 seconds now to Elliot Fulham in 117. Well, looking down the field, just crossing the line now, the gap between Nick Drew in that Formula 50 craft and Keris Rhodes in the Formula 3. 0.7 of a second between Nick Drew and Keris Rhodes. That's a Formula 50 up against the Formula 3. So 6 laps gone now. 43, Josh Morales goes through. Still waiting for Elliot Fulham, 117. He's just going around the hairpin turn now. Let's see what the gap's opened up to. And that gap now is 16 seconds. Third, just coming across the line at the moment, 48, Josh Trussler. Right behind, 57, Dave Elston. And then Kean Olner, 72. So those three still locked in battle. That's for third, fourth and fifth. The gap between Dave and Josh is 2.3. The gap between Kean and Dave is 3.5. So relatively close between those three. Right, last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Well, Kean Olner at number 72 just passed his sister Georgia Olner to put her a lap down. Meanwhile, our leader and winner of the race goes through. Josh Morales, number 43, world champion, takes the win. And 117 coming through to take second spot. Elliot Folland there. And 48, Josh Trusser takes third. Fourth goes to 57, Dave Elston. Fifth goes to number 72, Kean Olner. And then it's Nathan Ash 147 that takes 6 overall, but he takes the first place for Formula 3. Looking at the Formula 3s, Nathan Ash takes the win. Kerris Roach takes second. Third goes to Dan Turnbull. And fourth in Formula 3 goes to Oscar Lewington, 153. Coming back to the Formula 50s, after Kean Olner in fifth, is sixth is Richard Worthington, number 50. Seventh is Nick Drew, number 81. Eighth is 51, Georgia Olner. And then Nick Drew, 81. Right, so that's our Formula 3s and 50s. So, yeah, the Formula 50s, if you saw them going, if you're thinking, ooh, wouldn't mind having a go at this, you can now hire a craft for a day's racing or 2 days racing. That facility we've had for just a few years now. It's called Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. If you go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, you can find the details on there. You can also Google it. If you definitely interested, then send an email into info@hovercraft.org.uk. You just turn up with your helmet and all the gear. Craft is supplied, fuel supplied. It's £275 for 1 day, £460 for 2 days. Right, up next, already on the grid, are the Colts. Colts aged 10 to 14 years of age. And I've just heard the siren go. I think we're on the 2-minute board. So the Colts only do 6 races. 6 laps. 6 races. Duh. 6 laps. And we have got on the grid right. Pole position 133 JJ McGavin, Phoenix Racing. Second spot is 98. And that is Philip Charnick. And then third spot 134 Digby Dorman, again Phoenix Racing Team. And then completing that front row is 79 Hayden Norman.
Thoughts on Master of the Weekend? Well, I'll always nominate myself because I'm quite.
Well, it is official. It says official on there, so if you're not sure, throw it to Scroots or Racing Truck.
Yeah, no, that's a good call, mate. I like that. And actually, give it to Henry because I actually thought Henry was a computer, not a person or a piece of software. Actually, bet. I actually thought it was a computer.
Right, away we go. So already up the lake, JJ McGavin, 133, and then it looks like his teammate, Digby Dorman, in 134 in second, then third, Philip Charnick in number 98, and then Hayden Norman. So, end of lap 2. JJ McGavin with a comfortable lead now. Let's see what the gap is to his teammate. So JJ racing for the Phoenix racing team, and Digby Dorman is 16.85 seconds behind, but just 2.4 seconds behind is in third spot is 98 Philip Charnick. So midpoint in the race now for the Colts, 3 laps gone. course, JJ McGavin goes up the lake there. He's in a very comfortable lead with 4 laps gone. He's about to approach and pass Hayden Ullman, put him a lap down. Hayden in 4th spot. Getting very close to achieving that. So 1 lap to go now. Here we go. JJ McGavin, 133, takes the win. Digby Dorman just coming out of the lake now. 134. So 2nd place for the Phoenix Racing team. Digby was looking for more performance earlier and looks as though he's got it. He's a very happy bunny as he crosses the line. Very much a fist pump as he goes through to take 2nd spot. Oh, and 3rd spot has just stopped on the transition coming out of the lake. That's Philip Charnick, number 98. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there. So I'm just going to wait for him to come through now and see what the final order is, because 98, sorry, is still stopped down there. See if that makes any difference to the actual final positions. It doesn't look like it, so Philip Charnick is number 98 is still 3rd. Hayden Norman, 79, is 4th. Right, our next group up, we are looking at combined Formula 2s and Formula 1s. So we're picking up the pace quite considerably now. So Formula 2s up to 600cc 2-strokes, 750cc 4-stroke. They're all running 2-strokes today. And the Formula 1s, unlimited capacity, anything goes. Don't tend to be talking CC, you're talking about grunt, and that grunt is horsepower. So a thrust engine alone would produce somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower, plus a lift engine. They'll top out at around about the 80 mile an hour mark. 0 to 60, they'll accelerate most standard road cars. And just remember, at that speed, there's no brakes. So the top drivers can put that craft within inches of a marker. Oh, Philip finally getting across the line, that's good. Number 98, the Colt, finally getting across the line. Not quite sure what the issue was, but he stopped on the bank down there. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. 2 minutes away from the start. Let's quickly run through the grid. So in pole position, still number 14, Adam Turnbull in the Formula 1. Second spot, number 11, Jake Trussler, again Formula 1. Third spot, number 1, Callum Beale, Formula. Then we go on to fourth spot. That's the first of the Formula 2s. And that's George Barnes. Then 7, Abby Beale in the Formula 1. 61, Dave Palfrey is the Formula 2. Then number 3, Cy Francis is the Formula 1. We've also got 119. Just looking down the grid, yeah, 119. Josh Trussler has gone in as a Formula 2 craft. And newly up into the Formula 2s, number 60, Oliver McIntosh, who you've seen racing in the novices all weekend, has now qualified up. He's completed his 15 races, so he's now up with the big boys and girls. And we're away. 14, Adam Turnbull down at the water first. Then it's Callum Beale in number 1. We've lost Jake Trussler. I don't think he was on the grid. So Callum Beale, they've had problems Saturday and Sunday. They've got it back onto song, so he's going to be putting Adam Turnbull under pressure. He managed to put him under that pressure in the last race and took the win. So Adam now goes through first at the moment. Number 14, being chased by number 1, Callum Beale. Then the first of the Formula 2s, number 77, George Barnes. Then Abby Beale, number 7. Then Josh Trussler, 119. Then 60, Oliver McIntosh. Well, Adam Turnbull, 14, putting the craft up on his sides, goes round the hairpin turn. He's under pressure from Callum. The gap between the two craft, 1.88 seconds. And the gap is closing down. Oh, Callum looking to challenge for the lead as they go around the markers, come back onto the land. Callum seems to be closing down him around the corners on the long straight. Adam seems to have the legs, but Callum is all over the back of him as he comes through the line. The gap is now less than less than a second, 0.95 of a second. So the pressure is on. Oliver McIntosh, 60, makes a mistake on the water, but gets away off to one side so the front runners can come through. And he's now trying to get back into the race, but looks as though he's got an issue. So Oliver, number 60, currently cruising. I'm not quite sure what the issue is. It looks like maybe a thrust engine. Certainly his lift's going. Here we go, back to the front runners. Round the hairpin turn. Adam's got some skirt damage on that right-hand side. So 119, Josh Trussell's going to feel the heat as they go onto the water, because the two front runners are now going to be chasing him down the lake. There was just over a second between Callum and Adam on that last lap. Third spot overall is George Barnes, 77, but he's the lead F2 craft. When they cross the line, that'll be 5 laps completed. The pressure is on. It's still 14, followed by 1. The gap now is 0.94 of a second, so Callum's closed the gap back down again. He's looking to try and challenge as they go back onto the water, but not quite making it. End of the water straight. This is where Callum tends to close right down on Adam. Puts the pressure on. Last time Adam made a mistake. So 6 laps gone. The gap now 0.755. So that gap is slowly coming down. The pressure is on. Can he force Adam into making another mistake? Adam's got that skirt damage on the right-hand side, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him too much, but it must be taking some of the pace off of that craft. And Abby Beale, number 7, round the hairpin turn. She's going to be the back marker. Brother is in that number 1 craft, so hopefully she plays ball and moves to one side. They go through, 1 lap to go now. Here we go, the gap was 0.649, so the gap is coming down. Can he now do it on the last lap? The pressure is on. Round the final turns at the far end of the lake. Up onto the land. It's still 14, followed by 1. Round the hairpin turn. Adam puts the craft up into the side by side at the run to the line. Oh, and Adam just holds on to it, and the gap was 0.463. So less than a half a second between first and second. What a great race between those two. And George Barnes comes in 3rd overall, but by a country mile he takes the Formula 2 first place. And 3rd, in Formula 1 goes to Abbeville, number 7, just coming through the line now. And going back to the Formula 2s, George Barnes took the win, 77. Josh Trussler took 2nd, 119. And that is top flight rating at its best. And just remember, they're probably travelling at around about 80 mile an hour going up the lake there. No brakes. Totally reliant on the skill of the other driver and the position going around the corners. Oh, let's have a calm down a minute. Next group up, juniors. So 14 to 16 years of age. 13 to 16 years of age, and these are restricted in what they can run. As a general guide, it's the Formula 3 spec craft, Formula 50 or Formula 35s. Right, I can see the screen looking at the grid, and our pole setter for this race, 44 Lily Elston. And second spot, all the drivers are standing in front of it, so I can't see, but it is number 132, the Phoenix Racing Team. Driver this time, Rudy Dorman. Third spot on the front row is 153, this time Tyler Reynolds. And he raced the team with Emily Lewington, but it's Tyler this time. And completing that front row, 75, Harley Allman. Row 2, we've got number 5, Team Nationwide Junior, and that's Lucas Rhodes. Alongside him is 82, Predator Raptor Racing, and that's James Cooper. Then we got number 95, Team Nationwide Juniors, that's Dylan Clark. That completes row 2. Row 3 is number 7, Maya Barlow. So Maya, first time out this weekend. She didn't race Saturday or Sunday. It's a new class, so still getting to grips with that. So we're 2 minutes away from the start now. Right, 1 minute, boys. It's gone up. 1 minute away from the start now. 8 craft on the grid for this race. So the juniors are doing 8 laps, exactly the same as the adults. And we're away. And it's side by side, but it looks as though it's going to be Lily Elston, 44, that drops onto the water first. Number 44 is our leader, followed by 132, then 5. 82, 75, 153, 95, 7. So as they cross the line at the end of lap 1 is Lily Olsen 44, that is our leader. Second spot is Rudy Dorman. The gap 1.56 seconds. Third across the line, Lucas Rhodes, number 5. Fourth across the line, 75, Harley Allman. Fifth, 153, Tyler Reynolds. Sixth, 82, James Cooper. Seventh, 95, Dylan Clark. And then in 8th spot at the moment, 7, Maya Barlow. Right, the gap between first and second now, 1.8 seconds between Lily Elson, 44, and 132, Rudy Norman. Well, our leader's got some skirt damage on that front left corner. She's going to have to be very careful with that. Lily Elson, 44, with skirt damage on that front left corner. The gap now from first to second is 1.73 seconds. So Rudy Dorman is still keeping in touch with Lily, and that skirt damage could make a difference. Here we go, crossing the line. The gap was 1.73. It is now 0.7 of a second. So, Rudy Dorman, Phoenix Racing, is closing that gap down to our leader, Lily Elson, 44. Right, the two front runners are now coming into traffic as they go around the hairpin turn. Maya Barlow's going to be the first one, and James Cooper, 82. So Lily goes through, past Maya, and the gap between Lily and Rudy now is 1.75, with 5 laps gone, 3 laps to go. Oh, and Rudy Dorman having to take avoiding action there. 82, James Cooper just moving offline slightly, caught Rudy out of, caught him out there and had to take avoiding action. So no major dramas, but he's lost a bit of ground on the leader. Right, what's the gap this time? 1.85. With 6 laps gone. Right, the two front runners, they're caught up with the back marker, and this could all come into play here. Lily Elston out first, but that was close. That could have all changed very quickly with going past the back marker. I think that was number 95, Dylan Clark, that was got caught up in that, but it's still 44. And 132, the gap now 0.914 of a second, so that gap halved on that last lap with 1 lap to go now. The last lap board is out. Rudy Dorman, is he going to make it? He's gone for the inside line, going up the leg, and there, side by side, and Rudy's out of the craft. Rudy went for the inside line, tried to make the turn, and he's out of the craft. Well, brave move by Rudy Dorman in 132, but it didn't quite pay off. I can't see him, he's behind the trees, but I did see him come out. So Lily Olsen, 44, takes the win. Oh, was it Rudy? No, it was somebody else. Or was it? I don't know now, I'm confused. I was sure that Rudy came out of the craft, but maybe he didn't. I'm going to go and see the team. Well, it looks so Rudy didn't come out of the craft. He disappeared behind the trees. It was look as though he was coming out of the craft. I think he took a void in action, and looks like he's managed to stay in the craft. But there is one craft stopped at the far end there. That is number 5, Lucas Rhodes, I believe. So the final positions showing is first place Lily Elston, 44. Second spot 132 Rudy Dorman. Third place 75 Harley Allman. Fourth spot 153 Tyler Reynolds. Fifth spot Lucas Rhodes. Sixth spot Dylan Clark. Seventh spot 7 Maya Barlow. Well, a bit of drama there. God, it's got my heart rate going. Right, so we are now looking at the novices. We've actually now got 2 out there. I thought there was only going to be 1. Number 99, Dave Wilkinson, in the Formula 50. Has been coming to our race meetings for a few years now, but as a medic. And so he's switched allegiance. So he's now actually taken up the racing. So Dave... racing a Formula 50 craft, his first weekend out. It's all gone good so far, apart from a small swim in practice on Saturday, but you know, we won't mention that. I'm sure his team, the medics, will probably remind him of that for many years still. In second spot there, number 38, and this is a returning driver, so previously qualified, having taken a few years out, and that's Paul Tarpley in the Formula 2. Lucas finally coming back in that number 5 craft. So whilst we're waiting for the novices, we've got one more race after this, the open race, before we finish our weekend. So just a reminder, if you do go away from today, I know some of you are completely newbies to the sport. Some of you have returned back to watch again this year, which is lovely to see you back. If you want to go away from today and find out some more information about the race calendar this year, or the sport as a whole, and look at our race calendar, the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. You can of course follow us on Facebook and Instagram. If you search for @official_HCGB. Now out there on Facebook and Instagram there are lots of short clips and interviews done by Hovercraft Racing Reels. That's HRR for short, and that's well worth a look. And if you've got a leaflet for our competition that we're running this year for the Hovercraft experience for 6 people, please make sure you get that QR code scanned and enter for that. Just a reminder, our World Championships are in August at Whittlebury Park, which is right next to Silverstone. And that's towards the end of August, 18th to the 23rd of August. And the next nearest race meeting to here, this particular part of the country, would be at Rother Valley Country Park, so Sheffield area, and that's on the 6th and 7th of June. Our next one though in the calendar is 23rd to 25th of May at Whittlebury Park, and that's a combined UK and European round of the championship. So lots more craft coming to that Whittlebury event. I think the yeah, we're looking down, we're on the lights now, about to start this novice race, just the 2 crafts. So as I say, Paul Tarpley, previously qualified driver, had to take a few years out, has come back. They've had all sorts of issues this weekend with reliability, didn't make it out in the last race. It's good news to see them, that they've got the craft up and running again. So Paul having to go through his re-qualification through the novices before he can race in Formula 2 again. Well, listening to Paul Tarpley going up the lake there, it sounds as if he's blipping that thrust engine, so not on full song. More in cruise mode than full race mode. Oh dear, Paul Tarpley coming across the line very much in limp mode, and well, that reliability looks as though he's still not got on top of it. So the thrust engine is running, but only enough to power him back to the paddock. So I'm sure there's going to be lots of tinkering before the next race meeting. So just Dave Wilkinson 99 now left on track at the moment. Well, Dave Wilkinson, his first weekend overall I think has been very good for him. The craft appears to have been reliable. I know he's done some small adjustments to the thrust fan there because he runs an integrated system, and I know he's on Saturday he was telling me that the engine revs were just peaking a little bit too much when the craft was in full speed mode, so made some minor adjustments to the pitch angle of the fan, and so reliability wise it's all been good apart from that swim on Saturday. So at least he's got that one out of the way. Hopefully that will be his last, but you never know. So Dave's now done 6 of his 8 laps. Our next group already forming up on the grid. There we go, last lap for Dave. There's one thing going around on your own and perfecting your race lines, but it's a completely different thing again when you're actually racing against somebody, where you're then having to get your race line right, but contend with the other crafts that's around you, and trying to match in with their race lines as well. The one thing you do with hovercraft that you don't do with motor car racing, you don't slipstream. With a hovercraft, it's not a good idea to be directly behind the craft in front, because you're getting that blast of air, which is like a brick wall, and it tends to lift up the front of the craft. So you always tend to be sat to one side slightly, as much as possible. Complete opposite to a race car where you're slipstreaming and trying to get into that bubble to get a higher speed. So Dave Wilkinson, 99, that's another race ticked off. So that's 6 races this weekend. Ticked off is 15 that he has to do overall before he qualifies up. So, looking down the grid for our next race. Our pole sitter is well, as I said, this is a complete mixed bag of formulas we get out for this one. So, our pole sitter is a Formula 50, number 48, Josh Trussler. Alongside Josh is a Formula 1, number 7, and that's going to be Aaron Sutton. This time he runs a team with his partner, Abby Beale. In third spot should be Jake Trussler. Now something's must have happened to Jake, because he wasn't out in the Formula 1 race earlier. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there. But he should be in third spot in that Formula 1 craft. Completing the front row, number 61. This time it's daughter Katrina Hall in that Formula 2 craft. Row 2, we got 117, a Formula 50 craft, Elliot Folland. And then we've got, well, there's a gap there, 2 gaps. Number 3, Cy Francis should be there on the second row, and also number 1, Conrad Beale. Conrad has been nursing a bit of a shoulder injury, so he tends to do the opens, and so he's just taking it easy. So those 2 missing. We've got 147 Nathan Ash on row 3 in the Formula 3. Then Richard Worthington, number 50 in the Formula 50. And then completing the last row is number 37. And I'm just going to make sure I've got the right driver name, because it's not on my screen yet, and he didn't sign on this morning for this race. Oh, well, it's Joe Smith. Just making sure it's not another driver, but I'm pretty sure it is Joe Smith, 37, and that's a Formula 50. Well, we're less than 2 minutes away, in fact less than 1 minute. Start marshal now standing by the lights. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And off like a shot is Aaron Sutton in the Formula 1, the purple craft, number 7. Closely followed by 48, Josh Trussler in that Formula 50. Then it's 61, Katrina Hall. Then 117, Elliot Folland. 147. Nathan Ash. Then it is 50 and 37 side by side, but 50 Richard Worthington just moves up past 37 Joe Smith. Looks like the grid is cleared. So as they cross the line, the gap from the Formula 1, number 7 Aaron Sutton to 61 Katrina Hall, already over 5.5 seconds at the end of lap 1. So Josh Trussler, who was in second spot, somewhere on that first lap, has dropped a few places. Now I must have missed that. So Josh Trussler down in fourth spot at the moment. And 37 Joe Smith coming past. Not sure whether he's got an issue, but putting his hand up to somebody in the spectator area, as if to say, I don't know. So at the end of lap 3, it's still Aaron Sutton 7, the Formula 1, away and clear. Now 13 seconds, 13.5 seconds behind is Katrina Hall in that Formula 2, number 61. 3.5 seconds behind is the 117 Elliot Follen. Then Josh Trussler, 48 in 4th. 5th, Nathan Ash, 147. 6th, Richard Wellington, number 50. And Joe Smith with his hand up. Joe Smith, obviously an issue. He's coming back to the paddock, number 37. So 37 out of the race. So as Aaron Sutton goes across the line, that is now 5 laps completed. 5 laps completed. With 6 laps completed now, the running order is 7 in first place, 61 in second, 117 in third, 48 in fourth, 5th is 147, 6th is 50, 7th is 37. Return back to the paddock, and Joe being the last in this group. Oh, 1 lap to go now. Our leader sprinting up the lake, number 7, Aaron Sutton in that Formula 1. Away and clear of the rest of the field. Katrina Hall in a solid second. Elliot Follen's 117 third. gap between Katrina and Elliot, 5 seconds. So, our final checkered flag of the weekend, and the lead craft and winner of this race goes to Aaron Sutton, number 7 in the Formula 1. And second across the line, the Formula 2, number 61, Katrina Hall. Third across the line, 117, Elliot Folland in a Formula 50. Fourth across the line, number 48, Josh Trusser, another Formula 50. Fifth across the line, 147, Nathan Ash in a Formula 3. And sixth across the line will be number 50, Richard Worthington in a Formula 50, just coming round that paddock turn, sorry, the hairpin turn now. So for those of you who've been watching online, I hope you enjoyed the racing this weekend, and enjoying the extra data that we've now got coming through with the tag system. So for the online people, I'm going to be signing off very shortly, so thank you very much for watching online. We'll see you at Whittlebury. For those of you on site, thank you so much for coming along. For those that have never been before, I hope you've enjoyed it, and we hope to see you again at future events. And for those that of you who returned to see us, it was lovely to see you again, and we hope to see you again next year, or maybe at Sheffield, the Rother Valley Country Park race meeting, which is the nearest one now in our calendar to you. But don't forget, we're at Whittlebury Park 3 times this year, which is right next to Silverstone, especially the August one, which is our World Championships. So it just remains for me to say thank you very much, everybody, for coming along to watch. My name is Barry Oakley. This is me signing off. Thank you very much. Have a safe journey home.